Okay.
So you should be able to mute it and unmute it from your tablet, but you need to make sure the fader is up.
Right. The fader is up. But if I want to talk on it on my phone, I just hit that button.
Hi, everyone joining us this evening on our Facebook page, on our X page, on YouTube, also on our KSN Plus digital streaming app. I want to tell you guys, it's definitely a busy night. We've had several reports of quarter-size hail. We also have 2 significant storms right now that are developing ahead of the line. These thunderstorms are including Cowley County, also a tornado warning just across the state line in Kay County, Oklahoma. This storm down in Kay County, it's been absorbing another storm, and they did just drop the tornado warning, but I have a feeling we're going to be back into a tornado warning with this storm again. Lots of other thunderstorms to talk about, other thunderstorms that extend from northeastern Kansas back through the southwestern parts of the state. We have thunderstorms that extend from near Holton over toward Manhattan and the Great Bend area. Also, a few additional isolated thunderstorms through southwest Kansas. If you have a thunderstorm you can see that's starting to approach in your neck of the woods, chances are pretty good that it is severe and it's going to bring some damaging winds and damaging hail. This whole entire line is eventually going to turn over to more of a damaging wind threat. Winds at times, once this really starts to get going tonight, could approach 70, maybe even 80 miles per hour in some spots. Keep it tuned here. We'll keep you advised. Okay, let's do another cut in here. Good evening. We continue to keep you updated on multiple severe thunderstorms right now. As I mentioned earlier that we were going to probably be coming back on air talking about this storm in Kay County, Oklahoma. It has ramped up once again. A new tornado warning is in effect until 7:45 from Blackwell just to the west of the Ponca City area. As we take a look at our base velocity, you're going to see this really starting to pick up. This is going to be approaching I-35 here in just a couple of minutes. If there is a tornado that is going to develop, and this is certainly looking like it is possible that a tornado may come from this storm, it could also produce some hail up to the size of 2 inches in diameter and some 60-mile-per-hour winds. This is relatively broad, but this is also some of the better signatures that I've seen here recently in the Kay County storm, capable of producing a tornado. So we have some circulation that's going to be pretty close to the Blackwell area and to the north of Tonkawa. Right now, this is tracking to the east at about 30 miles per hour. So this is relatively slow, but this is also going to be over locations that desperately need to make sure that they are in their tornado safe place. Get into a bathroom, get into a closet, try to put as many walls between you and the outside storm as possible. So this storm over in Kay County, Oklahoma, prompting a tornado warning until 7:45 for tonight. I also want to take a look at some of the other thunderstorms that we are monitoring right now across the area. And this other one that's been capable of producing some big size hail over toward Cowley County has now prompted a brand new severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to stay in effect for Butler County, along with Greenwood County and even northwestern Elk County until 8 o'clock tonight. This is over toward Atlanta, also Burden. This is where you're going to have the hail core. I'm going to go underneath the hood here just to take a look, just to make sure that we don't have any rotation that's happening with this. Looks like it's going to continue to produce some pretty large hail up to the size of golf balls. Could also transport some winds down to the surface at about 70 miles per hour. So these are two of some of the strong thunderstorms that we are monitoring. We also have additional severe thunderstorms that are also ongoing back to the north and to the west of this line. Basically, any thunderstorm that does pop up from northeastern Kansas back to the west-southwest of the Pratt area has prompted severe thunderstorm warnings. We did have a report of some tennis ball size hail in the Albert area earlier today. So hail, also damaging winds, plus there may be some areas of rotation that may pop up on the leading edge of a lot of this activity. I'm going to switch over to Topeka, and I'm going to take you through many more of these thunderstorms that we have. And right over here, I'm going to start a little bit to the north of Council Grove, and we'll go from the northwest down to the southeast looking at this line individually. So this right here is going to be a severe thunderstorm warning that we have in effect for Geary County. Stays in effect until 8:15 tonight. So all of these thunderstorms right now are starting to line up just like the carts on a train, pushing to the southeast. This is going to have some strong damaging winds associated with it. Plus, we could also have some small hail off to the east of the Ogden area, south of Manhattan. Earlier this evening, Manhattan, K-State was under a tornado warning. That has now since been lifted. So let's go ahead and take a look at some of the other thunderstorms that we have down the line. And unfortunately, we have Salina, we have Abilene, all locations that have been under severe weather earlier this week, under more severe weather as we speak. I'm going to switch over to our Wichita Doppler radar source and see if this may look a little bit different for us. But we have a severe thunderstorm warning that's going to be in effect for Dickinson County. Some of the largest of the hail here from Abilene down toward the Acme area, also sliding southeastward. It also looks like the hail core now to the east-southeast of Salina over toward Kip. That has also prompted a severe thunderstorm warning until 7:45. Going a little bit farther here down to the south, over toward Rice County, we have this one cell over toward Galt and also New Little River. We did have some folks that were repositioning around this storm as there was a little bit of organization that looked like it had some rotation at one time. This with the velocity, let's go over to the from reflectivity over toward velocity, and there's a little bit of rotation here, definitely not as line over toward Kay County, Oklahoma. Over toward Barton County, we have this severe thunderstorm warning. The storm is now to the east of the Great Bend area, southeast of Hoisington, also to the southwest of Albert. Albert picking up some tennis ball size hail. That was the report that we had earlier. Switching over to Dodge City now. We have so many different Doppler radar sources across the state. We have to switch to these different areas so that way we can get a different look at these storms. So the reflectivity, also the velocity signatures look a little bit better. So eastern Barton County, this is where we have the strongest of the storm here. We also have another cell that is over towards southeastern Rush County down into Pawnee County, prompting more severe thunderstorm warnings. So just about, like I said, every single thunderstorm that we have had that has developed ahead of the cold front is going to be capable of producing more severe weather. We also have this other storm over toward the Greensburg area now pushing. We have two different cells. We have one that's to the east of Buckland, another one to the west, straight shot to the south of Ford. That's also capable of producing some large hail as well. Let's go ahead and take you back over toward the storm here that's prompted the tornado warning over for Kay County, Oklahoma, and get you the latest information on it. And switching over, I think I'm going to go ahead and go back to Wichita on this one since we don't have Vance that's lined up. And this looks a little bit better with the radar signature here. The tornado warning, this goes right up against I-35. Just zoom in here and take a closer look right here. There we go. And move this over for you. Switching over to our velocity products and taking a look at where we have the possibility of maybe some of that rotation. Looks like that rotation has now started to slide just off to the east of I-35, now to the south of the Blackwell area. If this continues on this track, it'll be over toward Otwin and then on its path over toward the Ponca City area. If you have any family members that are in Kay County, Oklahoma, please make sure that they are in their tornado safe place, as there is a possibility that a tornado may develop out of this, as the rotation is now about 3 miles to the south of Blackwell, and it is starting to track off to the east at about 10 miles per hour. Let me get an updated storm track on this. Could also push down winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour, hail up to 2 inches in diameter, and the path is now eastward at about 15 miles per hour. Tornado warning stays in effect for Kay County, Oklahoma until 7:45 for tonight. Some of the other reports of other thunderstorms that we have had, quite a bit of hail in a lot of these. We do have the severe thunderstorm warning that does continue for Barton, Ellsworth, McPherson, northwestern McPherson, Rice County. It's going to be southern Ellsworth and southeastern Barton counties, because a few moments ago, the storm that was located near Little River, or about 6 miles to the east of Lyons, moving southeast at about 20 miles per hour, is capable of producing hail up to 2 inches in diameter and also 70 miles per hour. So that's going to be some of the strongest that we have seen so far, in addition to this other storm that has prompted a tornado warning across Kay County in Oklahoma. Now a new report coming in about 1 mile to the north of Geneseo, officially of 2-inch in diameter hail over in Ellsworth County. Those of you that are in the path of this storm, please be prepared for hail, high winds. There's also the possibility that a tornado or two may form. We have multiple counties that are under 2 separate tornado watches at this time. We have one tornado watch that is from north central into northeastern Kansas, also Kay County, Oklahoma, and that has prompted a tornado warning just to the south of the Blackwell area. We have a severe thunderstorm watch. This has filled in, including Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties, along with Harvey, Sedgwick, and Sumner, in addition to Reno, Kingman, and Harper counties. This will stay in effect until midnight. Hayes, Great Bend, Pratt, Medicine Lodge, Dodge City, and Liberal down into the Oklahoma Panhandle. This will stay in effect until 11 o'clock this evening. Please make sure that you have multiple ways to receive weather warnings. We'll keep you advised right here on KSN plus KSN Plus, and we also are blasting all of our weather coverage on YouTube, X, along with Facebook. Keep it here through the evening. We'll get you the latest. until 8 p.m. Also over toward Lewis and Kinsley, we have additional severe weather. Another storm that's north of Centerview. That's going to be capable of producing some large, dangerous hail and also transporting some stronger winds to the surface. The storm over toward Kiowa County, it has weakened south of Buckland. More thunderstorms. They're strong but not severe over toward Morton County and also down toward Texas County in Oklahoma. Plus, there are additional severe thunderstorms in the Texas Panhandle. But right now, we continue to stay on top of K County, Oklahoma. Tornado warning still in effect until 7:45 for a few more minutes. Still looks like we have some circulation. It is relatively broad. Also probably some pretty strong winds over toward Ponca. The velocity signature here has started to spike up, but I would still watch this storm closely as it's been trying to produce a tornado. And that center of circulation pushing between Otwin and also the Ponca area, plus large hail here that could also do quite a bit of damage. But look at this. You have the individual thunderstorms, south central Kansas into north central Oklahoma, but just a line of damaging, powerful thunderstorms that go all the way from northwest Missouri, slicing across the Sunflower State back down to the southwest. We have 2 separate tornado watches that are in effect until 11 o'clock, north central, northeastern Kansas, plus K County, Oklahoma, where the current severe tornado warning is in effect for another 2 minutes. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. This includes Hutchinson, Wichita, or Kansas City. The severe thunderstorm watch from Hayes, Great Bend, Pratt, Medicine Lodge, including Dodge City and Liberal, that is set to expire at 11 o'clock along with the Oklahoma Panhandle. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised all evening long, plus on KSN Plus, along with all of our streaming services that will also be streaming to Facebook, to X, and also YouTube. That means if you lose power or you cannot get us because of your satellite signal going out, you have all these other different ways to stay connected with us. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Good evening. Still staying on top of this one lone supercell across the state line that has prompted several tornado warnings for Kay County, Oklahoma. We have not had any reports of an official tornado touchdown, but this severe thunderstorm warning for Kay County until 8:30 also comes with something known as a tornado tag, which means it could ramp up and produce a tornado. We did have a report of a 62-mile-per-hour wind gust at the airport in Ponca City. There's also a little bit of rotation here that's now sliding to the southeast of Ponca City, which is going to take it over toward Osage County and outside of our viewing area. This will be picked up by the TV stations in Tulsa and maybe even the Oklahoma City stations. Bringing it back towards south central Kansas, this is the storm that produced hail up to 2.75 inches in diameter over toward the Winfield area. We're gathering some more information to find out if this has caused any damage. It is definitely a shell of what it was before, but it is still warned upon for some hail that could be up to about golf ball size and intensity. Also some 60-mile-per-hour winds. You go back toward the west. These thunderstorms are not severe, but there are several thunderstorms that are now taking shape south of Augusta near Douglas, and another one between Derby and Mulvane. And I know that there's a big event that's taking place that has thousands of people at it over toward the Derby area. Lightning is possible with any of these thunderstorms that do develop. And remember, if lightning develops within 15 miles of your location, you are close enough to be struck by lightning. Download the free KSN Storm Track 3 weather app. It'll keep you advised of any of the severe thunderstorms, but also if there is lightning within the area. We have other thunderstorms that are popping up north central, northeastern Sumner County. Another cell that is on top of Winfield that's going to be tracking to the northeast. Now, as we go back farther to the north over toward Dickinson and Saline counties, storms have now cleared Saline County. That is some good news. We did have severe thunderstorm warnings earlier and a report that we did have some quarter-size hail in the Salina area. Also, the storm over toward Dickinson County has also continued to weaken. So let's hope this continues to be the pattern. Storm's still pretty strong. We actually have a couple of pieces of energy, one that's north of the Chase area. That's going to be capable of producing some hail that could be in excess of quarter size. Oh, it looks like we just got a report from Winfield now of hail there that actually got up to about 4 inches in diameter. Within Rice County, we had a report near the Geneseo area of hail up to 2 inches in diameter. This also looks like a lot of these hail cores are now starting to drop. Still watching this large hail core northwest of Pratt. It is sliding to the southeast. And also this other severe thunderstorm warning to the west of Kingman over toward Cunningham and Penalosa to the north of St. Leo. This has prompted a new severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. This is going to be pushing southeastward. We're all going to see this whole line move through the Wichita Metro, and eventually by midnight we should all be clearing. Storms in Kiowa County, those are also weakening. Then you go over toward southwest Kansas. These are starting to tick up a little bit more in southern Stanton and also northern Morton County, north of Elkhart. Plus there are also multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are actively ongoing across the Texas Panhandle. Multiple tornado watches, tornado warnings. We've had a few tornado warnings. Looks like we have no active tornado warnings currently across Kansas, but we still have some of these storms that are all by themselves. And what's amazing about the path that they're taking, this one that produced the hail up to 4 inches in diameter in Winfield, that's pushing northeastward into Greenwood County. And then we have the other storm that's over toward Kay County, Oklahoma. That's sliding southeastward. And then you have the whole line. This is the main line that is associated with the cold front that will also be tracking eastward through early tonight with more of that southeasterly progression. So a tornado watch stays in effect until 11 p.m. north central, northeastern Kansas. We also have a tornado watch for Kay County, Oklahoma. What's the difference? Why is it split this way? Well, we actually have two different severe thunderstorm watches. This fills in both of the tornado watches over toward Wichita, Hutchinson, Newton, along with Arkansas City, Greenwood, Elkin, Chautauqua County, Kingman, along with Harper County, Sumner County. This watch here stays in effect until midnight. The watch that includes Great Bend, Pratt, Medicine Lodge, along with Hayes, Dodge City, Liberal, down to the Oklahoma Panhandle. That is expected to be lifted at about 11 o'clock. So we still have several more hours for severe thunderstorms to be moving through central, eastern, the southern parts of Kansas, also northern Oklahoma. All forms of severe weather are still on the table. Damaging winds, large hail. Large hail seems to be one of the big problems right now. And we also have the other storm over toward Kay County, Oklahoma, now pushing that center of rotation, capable of potentially producing a tornado now away from the Ponca City area and in Osage County in Oklahoma. Keep it tuned here. We'll keep you advised all throughout the evening here on KSN. We are also streaming on our KSN Plus, our digital CTV station. We're also on X, YouTube, and Facebook, so there are multiple ways to stay connected with us in case you lose power or you have rain fade due to your satellite. Keep it here. More still to come this evening. thunderstorm warnings here. Let's go ahead and go back to the big shot here, and let's do that zoom again, east of the Hillsborough area. And over toward east of the Hillsborough area, you can have some strong winds. You could also have maybe some hailstones that will be approaching the northern part of Lyon County. The severe thunderstorm warning that will be in effect here over toward Bouchong, along with Admire, along with Council Grove. This is going to stay in effect until 8:45. So we have even more counties that are under severe thunderstorm warnings until 8:45. And it is going to be for some of the damaging wind potential pushing to the southeast. But we also have some pretty strong thunderstorms that are not warned upon over toward the Lincolnville area. I know that the power is out in the Tampa area as the storms started to move through. So we have more thunderstorms on down the line here that have been also forming over toward Peabody, Florence, Hillsborough. Those are not severe at this time, but right now we do have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect from Sedgwick County for 60-mile-per-hour winds. That stays in effect until 9:15. The rain now starting to pick up here in downtown Wichita. We go over toward Kingman County, and we're going to have some pretty strong winds moving over toward Cheney that could be up to 70 miles per hour. I'm also going to watch this little notch that's in the southwestern parts of Kingman County. No tornado warning that's currently in effect, but more large hail also damaging wind concerns farther to the west through Pratt and also southern Stafford County. The storm over toward Kay County, Oklahoma, that prompted an earlier tornado warning has now pushed away from our viewing area, so that is some good news. If you look over toward the Texas Panhandle, there are more severe thunderstorms, but we also have new severe thunderstorms that were also looking a little bit amplified in southwest Kansas. I'm going to switch things over to Dodge City to get a closer look at these thunderstorms. You're going to see a big difference going from the Wichita radar over toward the southwest Kansas part, but this is also going to give us the possibility of maybe some winds that could be up to about 60 miles per hour. We could also have some hailstones associated with some of these thunderstorms. So as we take the bigger picture, we have northeast Kansas, we have thunderstorms that are pushing through south central Kansas and the southwest parts of the state, hail, high winds, but right now some of the strongest of the winds are in eastern Kingman County, pushing into western Sedgwick County, and the warnings will stay in effect until about 8:45, although Sedgwick County's severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 9:15. Keep it tuned here. We're going to keep you updated all night long right here on KSN. Plus, I encourage you to download the KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or on your streaming TV. We are also broadcasting this live so that way you can have further updates from the Storm Track 3 Weather Center on Facebook, on X, and even on YouTube, because you never know when you might lose power at your house or you have rain fade because of satellite. Keep it tuned here. We'll keep you advised. Good evening. Another update from the Storm Track 3 Weather Center. I'm KSN Storm Track 3 Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. We have heavy rain coming down in the downtown Wichita area. Low-lying locations, typical places that flood with this tropical of a downpour, may have some issues for this evening. We also have Sedgwick County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 tonight. Look at that lightning. We're actually looking off to the west over the river over toward Delano. We have some pretty strong winds. We've had winds up to about 60 to 65 miles per hour possibility from Cheney, now starting to push into the northwestern parts of Sumner County. This severe thunderstorm warning is going to take over through Attica, Anthony, Argonia, and Belle Plaine, along with Wellington, to account for some damaging winds from 60 to 70 miles per hour. There might also be some hailstones within the mix, but right now this is starting to transition over to more of the damaging wind threat. We can also have some stronger winds over toward Colwich. Here's some of the winds in Cheney. Those are also starting to dip down over toward the Conway Springs area. Also, we could have some other pockets of some heavy, not only downpours, but also some stronger wind gusts through Kingman County. These are the warnings that are currently in effect. It's all of Sedgwick County. This stays active until 9:15 for tonight. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning. This is going to be a hailer off to the east of Climax. This is what was the storm that produced hail over toward Winfield, up to 4 inches in diameter. That's bigger than baseball, bigger than tennis ball size hail. Now that hail core is pushing to the northeast of Severy, heading over toward Toronto. More thunderstorms starting to fill in, heavy amounts of rainfall, but none that have been warned just yet throughout Butler County and northern Cowley County. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Marion County until 9:30. There was a little bit of rotation that was noted not too far away from the Florence area. I'm not seeing that holding together that could produce a tornado, but we're definitely keeping our eyes on it as this pushes off to the east-southeast. It will also be capable of producing winds up to about 60 miles per hour. Okay, so it looks like they have now ramped up the winds for Sedgwick County now up to 70 miles per hour. That could do some damage. We also have Emporia over toward Lebo, in addition to the warnings that we have for Chase and also northeastern Marion counties until 9:30 for the winds. Back toward southwest Kansas, Ulysses over toward Johnson and north of Rolla, another severe thunderstorm warning for large hail and damaging winds. 2 tornado watches that are still in effect. You can see this polygon at the bottom of your screen. I know you can probably see it right underneath the banner, the squirrel that's having all of our alerts. That is now outside of our viewing area. That was the storm that prompted multiple tornado warnings in Kay County, Oklahoma. We had some pretty good rotation on that storm, but we did not have any reports of any official tornado touchdowns. Both of these watches are set to expire at 11 p.m. We have a severe thunderstorm watch in effect from south central southeastern Kansas, basically from Reno, Kingman, Harper counties, points to the east. This expires at midnight. To the west, including Stafford, Pratt, and Barber counties, down toward Dodge City, Liberal, and the Oklahoma Panhandle. This is set to expire at about 11 o'clock tonight. This is the overall picture, and you can see just how fast this is. This cold front is now starting to pick up some forward momentum, but any place along this cold front, any thunderstorm that does form, is capable of the hail, the high wind. Right now, we're going to continue to monitor any threats that there may be for tornadoes, but I think this is now becoming much more of a damaging wind threat with also localized heavy flooding. We could have some flooding anywhere from places that have seen some flooding over the past week, including Lyon, Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties. Make sure that you stay with us through the evening. We will have frequent updates right here on KSN, and if you have not done so, please download the KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. We're continuing this coverage over there. And also, if you lose power, you can count on us on Facebook, X, as well as YouTube. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised. Hello, everyone. This is KSN Storm Track 3 Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. If you are watching us on X, Facebook, YouTube, or if you have downloaded KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV, welcome. I know we have quite a few thunderstorms that are passing through south central eastern Kansas, even back towards southwest Kansas into northern Oklahoma. The time right now is 8:37. We do not have any active tornado warnings, but we have had some pretty strong winds that have been impacting parts of Sedgwick County. On the left-hand portion of your screen, you are going to see an overall view of storm tracker radar of the thunderstorms. This is the cold front that's going to be pushing across the area. And those thunderstorms, once we hit 6 o'clock, they just blew up all over the place. We had one thunderstorm in K County, Oklahoma, that produced some rotation, but we did not hear of any official tornado touchdown associated with it. Sedgwick County is currently under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 for tonight. I'm going to switch over and I'm going to drive this so that way I can go through with you folks and let you know a little bit about what we are looking at all across the state, as we have one show that is on KSN. We've been doing a lot of cut-ins on KSN. But this is what's currently happening across the Wichita Metro. And you see this bow right here over toward Viola, Conway Springs, and to the north of Argonia. This is actually some pretty strong winds from southwestern Sedgwick County and northwestern Sumner County. You're easily going to get some winds up to about 70 miles per hour. Switching over to our storm relative velocity products, you look at a lot of these other things underneath the hood in order to take a look at where some of the strongest of the winds are. Definitely seeing it from the Viola area, getting some pretty powerful winds. There's also going to be some areas of embedded hail. I have not heard of any reports of quarter size or larger hail across Sedgwick County, but the hail may be a little bit bigger over toward Goddard, maybe the far southwest side of Wichita, and to the south of Cheney over toward the Norwich area. All of this is going to continue to push to the southeast here within the next hour. Within the next hour, Wichita is going to be a lot quieter. We still have some thunderstorms, some rain extended back toward Harvey County and Reno County. Pretty Prairie is under a severe thunderstorm warning until 8:45. The time right now is 8:38. I still have a few more minutes left on this severe thunderstorm warning, also for Kingman at 8:45, along with the western half. So there's two different severe thunderstorm warnings in Kingman County, but my focus right now is going to be from Harper County, Attica, Anthony, Argonia, Wellington, and also Belle Plaine. Sumner County also in the mix until 9:15. Harper County, Sumner County, both under severe thunderstorm warnings until 9:15. You have Sedgwick County until 9:15 as well, but some of the strongest of the winds are going to be happening anywhere from about Clonmel to Viola, approaching the Clearwater and Hayesville areas, also down toward Conway Springs to the north of Argonia. If this continues on this track, it will be moving over toward Peck, Mulvane, Derby. I know that they've had an event in Derby where thousands of people were gathered in one of the parks, but with the thunderstorms that have just blown up within the last, I'd say 30 minutes or so, chances are folks are no longer out at that outdoor event because it is just not safe with the amount of consistent lightning and also the strong winds that will be pushing in from the west. Again, we have some of the strongest winds in southwestern Sedgwick County, Viola approaching Clearwater, also Hayesville, down toward Conway Springs. These winds could be approaching 70 miles per hour. More thunderstorms over El Dorado, Augusta, over toward Butler County, along with the northern Cowley County. Cowley County definitely receiving the brunt of some hail earlier. Okay, looks like they have now extended the severe thunderstorm warning for Kingman County until 9:45 for tonight. Going to wait for that to hit my system here. It's probably going to be a bigger severe thunderstorm warning, I would imagine. And it also looks like they're starting to let go of some of the counties in the tornado watch as thunderstorms are now starting to push off to the east, southeast, outside of the areas that have been pinpointed for that tornado watch. Southeastern Greenwood County, 9:15, severe thunderstorm warning here. Let me take a look at some of the deets on this one that we're expecting here for the hail criteria and also for some of the winds, because this definitely looks like it's going to be more of a large hail type of warning for me, up to about quarter size. Winds are also up to 60 miles per hour. So the quarter size hail will be pushing over toward Toronto and continuing to move outside of our viewing area. Southeastern Greenwood County staying under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:15 tonight. We also have additional thunderstorms that are starting to hit the Turnpike Exchange over toward Emporia, switching away from Wichita over toward Topeka because this will give us a better look. Leading edge of this could also produce winds up to 60 miles per hour. Emporia over toward Lang, Toledo, Olpe. This warning is just to the north of you. We also have a warning for Chase County until 9:30 this evening. Winds up to 60 miles per hour are also a possibility. As for the Kansas City Metro, it looks like we have a tornado warning that was just issued, including Gladstone, Zona Rosa, over to Buckner, Missouri. Zona Rosa, this is going to be north of downtown Kansas City. It looks like this is also going to be tracking off to the east. And they also have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings with the destructive tag from Johnson County over across the state line to Jackson County and also Cass County. If you know of any family members, please make sure they're watching out for damaging winds and also the tornado threat that is to the north and also to the east of downtown Kansas City. Back toward Wichita. Damaging winds, still priority 1. Southwestern Sedgwick County, southern half of Sedgwick County, I would say, given the trajectory of where this is going to track into northwestern and pretty soon right into the heart of Sumner County. We could also have some damaging winds going from north to south across Harper County on the Kansas side. Tornadic development in Oklahoma. It is outside of our viewing area. It's the one storm that prompted an early tornado warning for K County in Oklahoma. We also have another severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Stanton County, Grant County, along with Stevens and Morton counties. This is going to be for hail and high winds, hail to quarter size, also 60 mile per hour winds. We have 2 different watches that are in effect. We have a tornado watch. This takes over a part of north central and eastern Kansas until 11 p.m. As the storms push southeastward, this will be lifted early. K County, Oklahoma will stay under a tornado watch until 11 o'clock. Southern Kansas, the Oklahoma Panhandle, multiple counties that are under a severe thunderstorm watch until midnight. That includes Wichita and Hutchinson. When you get to Great Bend, Pratt, Medicine Lodge, back to Dodge City and Liberal, along with the Oklahoma Panhandle, this severe thunderstorm watch is set to expire at 11 o'clock, 1 hour earlier. So by midnight, I have a feeling all of these thunderstorms are going to continue to move away from us, and we'll have a quieter night. There may still be a few showers that will be left over behind it, but we have to wait for the cold front to push a little bit farther, and we'll be in better shape. Don't forget, you can stay connected with us right here on Facebook. You can connect with us on X, YouTube, and please download KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. That is another way to keep you connected with us. If you lose, power in one way or another, you can also look at us with your handheld on all of these other social media channels, so that way you can stay informed. Keep it here. We'll keep you advised this evening. Good evening. We are coming to you from the KSN Storm Track 3 Weather Center in downtown Wichita. As you can see from downtown, the rainfall is coming down quite heavily. We've also had some strong wind gusts over toward the Norwich area. We've had a report of a 70-mile-per-hour wind gust. And now some of the most powerful winds have also been pushing into Viola. Now a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust in Viola. These thunderstorms are now starting to advance as the cold front pushes a little bit faster. Multiple severe storm warnings from Sedgwick County, Sumner County, southern Kingman County, down toward most of Harper County. This includes the towns of downtown Wichita, Derby, Hayesville, Viola, Cheney, over toward Norwich. The line of most powerful winds now starting to push and approach the Wellington area along with Belle Plaine, also over toward Argonia. It'll take a little bit of time, but I'm expecting it to dip farther to the south over toward Anthony, including the Attica area. Northwestern Sumner County until 9:15. This severe thunderstorm warning. This is where you're going to have some of those winds up to about 70 miles per hour as this continues to push to the east-southeast. It'll be approaching Wellington and also the Turnpike. Plus, you're going to see these winds approach about 60 to maybe even 70 miles per hour over toward the Hayesville area, pushing through Clearwater. I did see one picture of a shelf cloud as it was coming into the Clearwater area. That tells you that you have some pretty gusty winds that are on the approach, but also it looks quite ominous. It looks quite scary. I'm not seeing anything that's tornadic over towards Sedgwick County. It's all going to be about the winds to 70 miles per hour. Could also have 60 to 70 miles per hour, although I would not be surprised if over towards Zenda, southern Kingman County, we're trying to get a little bit of hail that's also reaching to the surface. Over toward Attica, winds will be picking up. You are under a severe thunderstorm warning along with Attica over toward Harper County until about 9:15. More thunderstorms through Butler County, Cowley County. These, anytime you see the deeper shades of red on Storm Tracker radar, it is a tropical downpour. Last night, we just had a surge of moisture that really started to take over, moving closer to the Nebraska state line. And as the cold front moved in, it decided that it wanted to take advantage of this candy and produce some severe weather. We also have this one thunderstorm that's out ahead of it, pushing over toward Toronto. This is just about out of southeastern Greenwood County. So I have a feeling this warning will be allowed to expire at about 9:15. More severe thunderstorms from Osage City, including Lyon County and Emporia. It is blinding rain across the Turnpike coming from Topeka into Lyon County. And also as you get over toward Chase County, we have another severe thunderstorm warning. This warning lasts until 9:30. It's also going to be for winds up to 60 miles per hour. Could also have some quarter-size hail. Farther to the west, we have more thunderstorms that are popping up in northwestern Pratt County and another one in northwestern Barber County. Hopewell, one storm. Lake City, these thunderstorms are below the severe storm threshold, but I'm definitely seeing them starting to increase. Going back to the south-southwest, okay, we just had a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust at Eisenhower National. That's just coming into us from the KSN Storm Track 3 weather, from the National Weather Service, rather, into the Storm Track 3 Weather Center. Also a 60-mile-per-hour wind gust about 5 miles to the west-northwest of Clearwater. Of course, that is in southern Sedgwick County. Back towards southwestern Kansas, we have Stanton. We also have Grant along with Stevens and Morton counties under a severe thunderstorm warning, a rather large warning until 9 o'clock tonight. Also across the state line, we have some new thunderstorms that are popping up over toward Udall, another one to the west of Arkansas City, and quite a few across K County, Oklahoma. K County, the southern parts of it just put under a new severe thunderstorm warning, extends over toward Marlin. This is going to be for winds up to about 60 miles per hour and half-dollar size hail. So any of these individual thunderstorms could produce the hail and then eventually the strong winds. As for the tornado warnings, we've had a few of those over toward the Kansas City metro. Those will push away from us. We have two different areas for the tornado watch. This includes Saline County. Although as these thunderstorms push southward, the chances of a tornado developing are going to be lower and lower and lower because of the front coming on through. These counties are set to expire at 11 p.m. And good news, K County, Oklahoma has been lifted from the tornado watch and replaced by the severe thunderstorm watch. You go from Reno, Kingman, and Harper counties points to the east, including K County, Oklahoma. This watch stays in effect until midnight. To the west of that, Stafford, Pratt, and Barber counties and the Oklahoma Panhandle, this watch will stay in effect until 11 o'clock. So it is set to expire earlier. That's because these thunderstorms will shut off first, take a little bit longer for these to push eastward. But as you see that little bow right here from southern Sedgwick County over toward Clearwater, Hayesville, into the northwestern parts of Sumner County, that's where you're easily going to get some winds up to about 70 miles per hour. So 60 to 70 mile per hour winds. We could also have the possibility of some hailstones that could also reach severe criteria out of this. New report, 62-mile-per-hour wind gust in Conway Springs coming in from Sumner County as the line advances. We have the enhanced risk, central, eastern Kansas. This is to account for several severe thunderstorm warnings, which we have already seen, that we will continue to see at least for the next few hours. So please make sure that you stay connected with us. Download KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. We are continuing to broadcast over there. And if you lose your signal because of rain fade on your satellite or you lose power, you can always visit us on Facebook, X, and also YouTube. We are also broadcasting to all of those social media channels as well. Keep it here and stay safe this evening. Good evening, and thank you for joining us on our KSN Plus. If you are on Roku or any other streaming service or your smart TV, we want to welcome you. We also want to welcome our viewers on Facebook, on X, and also YouTube as we've been blasting all of our social media channels. It's definitely been an interesting evening, hasn't it? We've had some reports of winds from 60 to 75 miles per hour. We just recently had a 75 mile per hour wind gust in Viola as this line was coming through. Also, Wichita Eisenhower National reporting 64 miles per hour. Anytime a thunderstorm reports winds in excess of 58 miles per hour, it is a severe thunderstorm. And severe thunderstorm is definitely one of the main things that we are watching with all of our thunderstorms for right now. And I'm going to go ahead and take you through some of these radar images that we have and what we are seeing behind the scenes and how you can be prepared, because this is now quickly starting to transition from one page to another. And that happens whenever you have a severe weather event. You can see it start to morph from one way to another, where you could start off with individual thunderstorms. You have a higher tornado threat. Then they start to congeal into a line and it becomes a damaging wind threat. But because the atmosphere has so much moisture, this is producing a lot of rainfall in a short time. Ooh, that was one really good lightning strike that we just had over not too far away from downtown Wichita. That was quite powerful. Cloud of ground. Definitely don't want to be outside watching these thunderstorms. You want to make sure that you are in someplace away from windows and staying connected with us. I think you're going to be able to see another flash of lightning here just a few seconds on our Skyview cameras. There is one delay from one computer to another, but it's definitely been an interesting evening when it comes to all of these hail reports. We had some monster size hail over toward Winfield earlier this evening, hail that was up to about 4 inches in diameter. We had many reports of hail that was easily tennis ball size. That's going to do some damage, although we have called out into Winfield and we have not heard of any reports of damage. But I would not be shocked if some farmer, some rancher, somebody who was living in a rural area did get hit hard, because that was a pretty powerful storm that moved through the area earlier this evening. Just got a report of a 63 mile per hour wind gust 2 miles to the east of Medicine Lodge in Barber County. So the line's still producing some winds that are that strong. We have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect. 9:03, and Wichita's and also Sedgwick County's warning is set to expire at 9:15. Strongest of the winds are now in the southeastern parts of Sedgwick County, over toward the Derby, Mulvane areas, over toward Belle Plaine in Sumner County, along with Wellington. A little bit of a bow, but it looks like it's starting to lose a lot of its definition, a lot of its punch that it had as it started to ramp up over Kingman County, blasted through Cheney, produced a 75 mile per hour wind gust in Viola, and then even over toward Conway Springs. We had winds that were gusting over 60 miles per hour. We also had a 60 mile per hour wind gust that was reported in the Hayesville area. Looks like a flood warning has now been issued for the Wichita area. This just hitting my wire. Also, Butler County is also included in this flood warning. This basically tells us that all of the low-lying locations, the typical places that flood, will. I would not be shocked if I step outside and I take a look at downtown Wichita outside of the KSN studios. It is also flooded. And yes, we do have a river outside of the KSN studios, and it doesn't look like any of our neighbors or anybody has been parking on the street for today. That is definitely some good news, because that water will actually be right up to people's doors. So it is pretty high here in downtown Wichita. Flood warning will stay in effect until 6:15 Sunday morning for Sedgwick County. It's also going to be in effect for Butler County as well. So 6:15 tomorrow morning. We have streams, creeks, and rivers and other lying locations that are going to be experiencing some flooding. It is imminent. Also, we have the severe thunderstorm warning, 9:45 for Kingman County. This is now starting to push away from Kingman County, so I wouldn't be shocked if that is lifted a little bit earlier. The one in Harper County may be extended because we're coming up to the expiration time here at about 9:15. And 9:15 will be the expiration time as the strongest of the winds, now pushing through the Anthony area. These could be up to about 60 miles per hour. You go farther to the east, heavy amounts of rainfall lining up with the turnpike. My goodness, not only from Wichita, but all the way through Emporia, up toward Topeka, now all of this is going to be pushing to the south, southeast. There's going to be probably more flooding because of the tropical atmosphere that we have in place. There are currently no severe thunderstorm warnings in effect for Greenwood, nor Butler, nor Cowley counties at this time, but we'll keep watching some of those thunderstorms. Until 9:15, Lyon County, along with Emporia and Lang, under a severe thunderstorm warning. We also have a severe thunderstorm warning for Chase County. That includes Bizarre over toward Cottonwood Falls, to the east, southeast of Clements, and new thunderstorms that are blossoming over toward Medicine Lodge and over toward Iuka in Pratt, just to the north of Pratt. In Pratt County, that thunderstorm there is also starting to pick up. Could have some small hail. Could also have some brief gusty winds as those continue to push southeastward. These thunderstorms were going in the opposite direction. They've actually been tracking to the northeast. The severe thunderstorm warning that we previously had in effect toward Morton, Grant, Stanton, and Stevens counties has now been lifted. It's nice to see some of this rainfall. It continues on this track. It will be pushing in toward Ulysses. We love Ulysses, and also over toward Johnson as well. K County, Oklahoma, new severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 9:45. New thunderstorms that are developing from Bremen over toward Blackwell and Newkirk. Plus, this is also in anticipation of some of the stronger winds that are coming out of the Kansas side into northern Oklahoma. Be prepared for winds that could be up to about 60 miles per hour. K County, Oklahoma, no longer under the tornado watch, replaced by a severe thunderstorm watch. The tornado watch, they just took a few counties away to the northeast. Emporia, Lyon County, still under the tornado watch until 11 p.m. I don't think you're going to stay under the watch completely until 11 p.m. Morris and also Chase counties as well. Severe thunderstorm watch until midnight across southern Kansas. As the line continues to advance and push farther and farther to the south, counties will continue to be eliminated from the north to the south. So we still have just a few more hours left to go. By midnight, we should be looking at a much calmer, much quieter night across the area, which will definitely be some good news, giving way to some much cooler temperatures for Sunday, and also maybe a few leftover rain showers. Nothing that looks to be severe for tomorrow. Stay connected with us on Facebook, X, YouTube. We have frequent cut-ins happening on KSN. And also make sure, if you have not done so already, but if you are watching us, make sure that you download your KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. We are also there. We want to make sure that everybody stays safe. Everybody has the information that they need to know, that if they are in the path of these storms, a new way for us to stay connected with you, because you never know. You may lose power or you may have rain fade on your satellite dish. Keep it here. We'll have more updates through the night. Good evening. An update from the Storm Track 3 Weather Center. I am KSN Storm Track 3 Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. Wichita Eisenhower National gusting to a 64-mile-per-hour wind gust not that long ago. And check out this lightning. We also have flood warnings that are issued until 6:15 tomorrow morning. This includes Sedgwick County and Butler counties. We have a tremendous amount of moisture, and places that typically flood, like outside of KSN off of Maine, it literally looks like a river right now. So please do not drive through any areas. If you do expect to go out for this evening, it's a good evening to just stay indoors, stay away from windows, and continue to stay advised, because we have several severe thunderstorm warnings that are in effect from Sedgwick County. Kingman County has now been lifted. Harper County, Sumner County. We also have this extended over toward not only all of Cowley County, but southern Butler County. And that's because of the winds. We could have some winds between 60 and 70 miles per hour. The strongest wind gust I've seen so far has been in Viola at 75 miles per hour, but we had winds gusting up to 60 miles per hour in Hayesville, in Clearwater, also over toward Norwich. So that's the power of what this cold front is doing to us right now. And it's also just producing so much rainfall and so much lightning. Closer look over toward Sumner County. This warning is set to expire here at about 9:15 in just a few more minutes, including Wellington over toward Belle Plaine or Argonia. And in Harper County is similar time as well. But over Kingman County, good news is that the rain is now starting to move out. The winds have calmed down considerably. Just a little bit of rainfall that's left over in Kingman, a little bit heavier over toward Norwich. And the bulk of the energy and the moisture that blasted through Kingman County is now over Harper County. Anthony over toward Ruella and Bluff City. This is where you're going to get some of those winds that are going to be up to about 60 miles per hour. Over toward Cowley County and Butler County, Augusta, Douglas, along with Atlanta, Burden, and Winfield. Winfield, I'm sorry, you're getting hit for a second time this evening. Earlier, you got hit with hail that was up to 4 inches in diameter. A lot of pictures coming in from around the Winfield area and that part of Cowley County. If you have any pictures, if you have any video that you would like to share with us, please send that to the station. We would love to see it. We hope that nobody has any damage, because now you're just getting rainfall on top of any of the damage. Also, the turnpike is going to be pretty slow from Emporia past El Dorado all the way toward Wichita. We have severe thunderstorm warnings still in effect from Emporia to Olpe, plus over toward Cottonwood Falls. This is now going to be sliding off to the southeast of Cottonwood Falls. Some heavy rain here, might even have some small hail. But once you get over toward Marion County, I know we've had some issues in Marion County with power outage over toward Tampa. We also had some reports of some rotation over toward the Florence area, but now these thunderstorms are starting to push away from you. So that is also some great news. A few more thunderstorms. We're now starting to see this branch up over toward the Medicine Lodge area. This will be heavy rainfall. Nothing that has prompted a severe thunderstorm warning right now. And another storm that just continues to sit right on top of Iuka. It is not severe in northern Pratt County. We'll continue to keep you updated if it does. And then we also have more thunderstorms. These are going in the opposite direction. So what's happening in south central Kansas, it's pushing southward with the front, but then this is now starting to lift up to the northeast, over toward Johnson, to the southwest of Ulysses. We'll take the rainfall. We just don't want any damaging winds or hail out of this. Also, because of the thunderstorms that are going to be moving out of Kansas into northern Oklahoma, K County, Oklahoma is under a brand new severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. We also had an earlier warning north of Marlin and south of Ponca that has now shifted off to the southeast because the storm has moved out of the warned area in that part of K County, Oklahoma. But you can also brace for winds that could be damaging up to 60 miles per hour. That could definitely knock a lot of lawn furniture around. And little by little, as these thunderstorms advance more, we're seeing the tornado watch lifted from our viewing area. I only have 2 more counties that are included. Lyon County, where Emporia is located, along with Chase County. I think by 10 o'clock tonight when we go on air, that is going to be completely finished. And in K County, Oklahoma, you were underneath the tornado watch earlier. That has been replaced by a severe thunderstorm watch. Severe thunderstorm watch. This is going to be for mainly the damaging 60 to 70 mile per hour winds, but pretty soon I have a feeling a lot of these counties will be lifted early. Anywhere from Kingman County, Harper County, points to the east, including Sedgwick County and Wichita, Sumner County, along with K County, Oklahoma. This is going to expire at midnight, and I don't think it's going to survive midnight. And then as you get back to the west, Stafford, Pratt, and also Medicine Lodge down toward Oklahoma, and the Oklahoma Panhandle, including the town of Liberal in southwest Kansas, that's going to expire at 11 o'clock. So we're starting to see this wrap up. Nothing new that's going to be developing, because this is going to be when the winds have switched around behind the cold front. There's a couple of showers developing to the northeast of Salina. Earlier this evening, Salina did have some quarter-size hail. Now things are calming down for you folks. It's the focus right along and to the southeast of the turnpike, down into north central Oklahoma, and also the action that is just across the other side of the state over towards southwest Kansas. But I expect this little batch to keep pushing eastward tonight, but I also think it's expected to lose a lot of its punch. Make sure that you stay connected with us tonight. If you have not, download the KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. We are continuing to broadcast over there, also on social media channels from YouTube, X, and also Facebook. We'll have much more coming up on KSN News 3 at 10. Stay with us. Good evening from the KSN Storm Track 3 Weather Center. Things are calming down across the Wichita area. Wichita Eisenhower National reporting a wind gust up to about 65 miles per hour. In Sedgwick County, one of the strongest wind speeds we've seen so far this evening, 75 miles per hour. But we've had equally strong winds anywhere from Viola over toward Clearwater, Hayesville getting a 60 mile per hour wind gust. Also winds gusting up to 65 miles per hour in the Derby area. So there's going to be some cleanup in Sedgwick County, but also to the south of us. We're also getting word now that there's a lot of tree damage in the town of Wellington, and Wellington Airport officially recording a 70 mile per hour wind gust. Where are some of the strongest of the winds? Actually slicing through Cowley County and also into northern Oklahoma. So this is actually the second punch that K County, Oklahoma gets. They had a tornadic supercell earlier today. No reports of a tornado that did touch down. Over toward Bremen, Newkirk, over toward Medford. These strong winds are going to be anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Could also have some strong winds south of Anthony right along the state line. And eventually this pushes off to the southeast. So some stronger winds are coming for Dexter and Cedarvale. That's going to be some winds 60 to 70 miles per hour as well. Of course, Winfield getting hit with some heavy amounts of rainfall and also some of the stronger winds after getting some hail that was up to the size of 4 inches in diameter, bigger than baseball, bigger than tennis ball size hail. Rain's now starting to calm down across the Wichita area, Sedgwick County, but a flood warning will stay in effect for Sedgwick County and Butler County until 6:15 tomorrow morning. If you come across an area that's been flooded, turn around, go the opposite direction. I did get some reports on the east side of Wichita that there are many people that are driving into floodwaters and getting their cars stalled. So that's going to be a problem. Do not do that. Turn around, go the opposite direction. Through Cowley County, southern Butler County, a severe thunderstorm warning stays in effect until 10 p.m. tonight. Strongest of the winds right here, now approaching the Burden area over toward Dexter and also through the Arkansas City area. The severe thunderstorm warning for Chase County has now been lifted. Olpe in southern Lyon County under a severe thunderstorm warning until 9:45. Also, the rain is now starting to taper off in Chase County, along with Marion County, places that have been hit hard by quite a bit of severe weather so far this week. The one storm that we had trying to blossom over toward Iuka, that's over toward Cunningham, and it continues to fall apart. We still have some pockets of heavy rains over toward Medicine Lodge and Barber County. That's also going to be pushing southward, but nothing that is severe at this time. And we also have additional thunderstorms. These will continue to weaken as they push closer to Syracuse and Laken. Right on top of Ulysses, this is going to be some heavy amounts of rainfall. As it stands right now, northern Oklahoma, Bremen over toward Blackwell and Newkirk, preparing for winds up to 70 miles per hour. Also Grant County, which is just to the west. This includes Lamont over toward Medford, also anticipating winds to be between 60 and 70 miles per hour. Some good news when it comes to the tornado watch. Only 2 counties still remain under a tornado watch, Chase County and Lyon County. We have 1 active tornado warning off to the east of the Kansas City metro. And K County, Oklahoma was under a tornado warning earlier this evening, also under a tornado watch that has now been replaced by a severe thunderstorm watch. This severe thunderstorm watch will stay in effect until midnight, but considering how quickly these thunderstorms are moving through, I have a feeling this is going to be lifted earlier. And I know many of you have received some damage, whether it's been in Albert, in Barton County. We had a report of tennis ball size hail. We have the 4-inch hail report that was in Winfield, and so many reports of 60 to more than 70 mile per hour winds that will also cause us to spend our Sunday probably cleaning up trees and other things around the house that may have been knocked down in the wind. If you have not done so already, please make sure that you download our streaming service. That's going to be our KSNT on Roku. KSNT on Roku, that's another way for you to watch us and to stay informed. We are broadcasting live on that service. Also, you can download it on your smart TV. Plus, we also have this going on X, on YouTube, and also on Facebook, because you never know when you might lose power at your house, or you may have rain fade due to your signal coming into your satellite dish. Keep it tuned here. We'll continue to keep you advised. We're going to gather more information and continue to track this line of powerful and damaging thunderstorms, now becoming more of a damaging wind threat on KSN News 3 at 10, starting in just a few minutes.
Your forecast first with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by X Services.
Good evening. Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman here, coming to you from the KSN Storm Track 3 Weather Center in downtown Wichita. We have flooding outside downtown Wichita, our studios, because of so much rainfall in such a short period of time. We have flood warnings in effect for Sedgwick County and Butler counties. You go over toward Hutchinson on our Skyview camera. This is actually as the storm, the whole entire line is departing. Quite an incredible sunset there. Things calming down across the Wichita area as the main action has now started to shift to the south. The strongest of the winds now approaching the Kansas-Oklahoma state line. To the south, a brand new severe thunderstorm warning in effect for Kay County, Oklahoma. This includes Ponca City. This is going to last until 10:30 this evening. That's because this bow now starting to pick up some forward speed. Winds 70 to 80 miles per hour will be a possibility. We've had wind reports coming in from Winfield and Arkansas City of 60 to more than 70 miles per hour. That's enough to do some damage. This also extends back toward Grant County, and the strongest of the winds will be pushing through Blackwell, also over toward Lamont and Medford as we speak. There might also be some hail now to the southeast of the Bremen area. This warning is going to stay in effect until 10 o'clock. We also have on the Kansas side from Harper County, Sumner County, a small snippet of Butler County and Cowley County, just about all of Cowley County under a severe thunderstorm warning. That comes up right to 10 o'clock to news time. Also Grant County, that's going to last until 10:30, just because it's going to take a little bit longer before that line can push southward. Over toward the northern part of Butler County, it's just rainfall. The cold front's continuing to progress. It's pushing these thunderstorms away from us. So it's not going to be a night that we're going to have to face thunderstorms all night long. Northern parts of Greenwood County, Eureka over toward Hamilton and Madison, also small part of southern Lyon County, also under a severe thunderstorm warning. And all of these are going to be mainly for that damaging 60 to 70 mile per hour wind threat. We also have new thunderstorms that continue to blossom around Medicine Lodge, southeast of Coldwater, anywhere from Barber County over toward Comanche counties. These are also going to follow the path of the other thunderstorms farther to the east. We'll continue to watch those if a new warning is going to be prompted with those. Also southern Hamilton County, northwestern Grant County, now to the northeast of Johnson. These thunderstorms are all tracking to the northeast. It's great to see some of this rainfall. There were severe thunderstorm warnings associated with those earlier, but now that has since been lifted. Only 2 counties remain under a tornado watch until 11 p.m. across the KSN viewing area. Lyon County, also Chase counties, including the town of Emporia. But with the latest radar trends, the greatest tornado threat is actually to the east of Kansas City. East of Kansas City, they have a few tornado warnings in progress. Southern Kansas, by midnight, we're going to be done with the strongest of these thunderstorms. Severe thunderstorm watch stays in effect until midnight. This includes Wichita, Arkansas City, Medicine Lodge. The watch should be lifted a little bit earlier for you, along with Liberal and the Oklahoma Panhandle. Your expiration time will be at 11 o'clock. Farther to the north, farther to the west, things are quiet, things are cooling down, and that will be the trend as we get into tomorrow. We just have to wait for this line, and you can see that bowing that's starting to occur. That's an indication that we are getting some pretty strong winds from 70 to 80 miles per hour that will be exiting Kansas and entering into the Oklahoma area. Time right now is 9:45. We've had several reports anywhere from 60 to more than 75 mile per hour winds with our storms tonight. Even some large hail in Albert, large hail reported in Winfield, both of which have been either tennis ball size or larger. So there is going to be some cleanup as we get into Sunday. Temperatures will behave for the next few days, and it does not look like we're going to have to worry about severe weather, at least until maybe Tuesday. Tuesday we may have some stronger thunderstorms, but I don't expect it to be to the magnitude of this. We'll continue to watch this as it moves away from us. And if you have any pictures, if you have any videos of tonight's severe weather, please send them to us, because we would love to see them. We would love to give that information to the National Weather Service, and we would like to share that with our other viewers. And we hope that you don't have too much cleanup with these thunderstorms. Tonight we have been broadcasting not only here on KSN, but also on our KSN Plus streaming service. If you have not done so already, download KSN Plus on Roku or your streaming service or smart TV. It's a great way to stay connected with us. We're also splashing this across social media, because you never know when you might lose power or you have rain fade, because this is some pretty heavy tropical rain that's moving through. We want to make sure that you have the greatest and latest information. That's going to be on Facebook, X, and also YouTube. Keep it tuned with us. We'll continue to keep you advised. Newscast starts in about another 14 minutes. We'll see you then.
Forecast first with Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman, sponsored by X Services.
Just as quickly as severe thunderstorms develop this evening, they are heading for the exit. We still have multiple severe thunderstorm warnings in effect, but right now the axis of the strongest of the winds now pushing into northern Oklahoma through K County, Oklahoma. They are going to trigger the WIAs in Ponca City, that part of K County, Oklahoma, for winds up to 80 miles per hour. We had winds around the Wichita area between 60 and 75 miles per hour. More strong winds pushing into southeastern Kansas, but by midnight we should be done. All of our counties have now been lifted from the tornado watch that expires at 11 p.m. and through the southern half of the state until about midnight in northern Oklahoma, a severe thunderstorm watch is in play. You can see the thunderstorms off to the south of us and still quite a bit of lightning. We also have flooding that is ongoing in portions of Sedgwick and Butler counties because of too much fall. Tomorrow we may see a few more showers, but we're not expecting anything to become severe. And what a difference in temperatures a day makes. Today we had the 90s. Tomorrow's high will be around 75 degrees. When we are going to see more thunderstorms return to the region, we'll take a look at that and also track this evening's severe risk as it moves on out. Coming up in your Storm Track 3 forecast. Your news starts now.
This is KSN News 3 Weekend.
Good evening. Thank you for joining us. I'm Jasmine Aduz. Several storms dumped torrential rain and large hail down on Kansas towns all evening. Across the area, there are reports of downed power lines, flooding, and major tree damage. This is a look at a can-drive camera on US 400, about 18 miles east of Beaumont. They are right in the middle of these storms right now. I want to bring back Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman. She's been tracking the threat. Lisa.
Yeah, we had some winds up to 75 miles per hour in Viola. What about the hail? Albert picking up tennis ball size hail. We also had hailstones up to 4 inches in diameter reported around the Winfield area. And then Winfield gets hit by some of the strong winds. We have winds that are pushing into southeastern Kansas up to about 70 miles per hour here. But if you look over toward K County, Oklahoma, these are just blasting on through, producing winds up to 80 miles per hour. There's also going to be a little bit of hail that could also approach the Ponca City area, and that's going to be wind-driven hail. There's also a lot of rainfall, but just as quickly as the rain ramped up, it's now moving out. We have a severe thunderstorm warning still in effect for northern Greenwood County until 10:15 tonight. Also Severy down toward Howard, Elk, Chautauqua counties, K County, Oklahoma, along with Cowley County on the Kansas side. Back toward Anthony, Medicine Lodge. These thunderstorms, they've been popping up, producing heavy amounts of rainfall, but they have not produced any severe weather. And let's hope that that continues as they push southward into northern Oklahoma. And this has continued to push northeastward. So Lakin, Garden City, you may be able to partake in some of this rainfall. It did prompt a few severe thunderstorm warnings earlier today. So the tornado watch is done, but it still continues just outside of the KSN viewing area, off to the east of Emporia and now to the south and east of the Kansas City metro. And southern Kansas remains under a severe thunderstorm watch into northern Oklahoma until midnight. So the good news is that we're on the other side of this, Jasmine. The bad news is there's probably going to be quite a bit of cleanup tomorrow. Back over to you.
Lisa, thank you. Large hail rained down in multiple counties across Kansas. This includes Saline, Ellsworth, and Sumner counties. In Cowley County, there were reports of softball-sized hail, which is around 4 inches across. County dispatch says there has been no reports of damage at this time. These photos, though, sent in by Eric Jarvis, were taken about 8 miles north of Winfield. Stay on top of the severe weather by downloading our free Storm Track 3 weather app and get continuous live coverage with our KSN Plus streaming app. It is free on Apple, Roku, Fire Stick, and Samsung TV. The United States and Iran appear close to a deal that would end the war.
Chief Meteorologist Lisa Teachman.
The first storms that we had earlier today developed near the Kansas-Nebraska state line to the north of the Concordia area. There were two pretty large supercells. They started to drop some hail. At one time, it did look like there was a little bit of rotation that they could lead to a tornado. We also had a report of a landspout tornado not too far away from the Dodge City National Weather Service office as they were looking over toward Hodgman. What a landspout is, it's another breed of tornado. You have basically this whirlpool at the surface, and as a thunderstorm comes over it, it starts to pick up some of that wind. And as that happens, you start to see that rotation that is a landspout. Not hear of any damage, but you also notice that we had several reports of hail throughout north central, southwest Kansas. But then once the thunderstorm started to move toward the south central parts of the state, it turned into more of a damaging wind threat. That's as the front continued to advance. And you can see this bow. That is a classic bow anytime you look at it on reflectivity, which is what we're looking at right now. It's going to be some pretty powerful winds that are exiting Kansas and pushing into Oklahoma. Over towards Chanute, Parsons, we've had some reports of some damage in Allen County, but also right here, now to the southeast of the Ponca City area, some strong winds in excess of 80 miles per hour. So it's definitely picked up a little bit more speed as it's pushed down to the south, just helping to blow out some of those winds over toward Marland. We could also get some hail now to the east of the Ponca City area. Severe thunderstorm warning will stay in effect until about 10:34 tonight. Over towards Severy, Howard, and also Cedarvale, another severe thunderstorm warning. This will last for about the next 15 to 20 minutes or so. We just have to wait for some of the strongest of the winds to push through the Sedan area. Winds could be anywhere from about 60 to 70 miles per hour. Stronger winds also now exiting Greenwood County, but there's a lot of heavy rainfall from Toronto over towards Severy. Rain is now starting to taper just to the northwest of Hamilton and to the northwest of Eureka. Rain now starting to ramp up south of Anthony, south of Medicine Lodge. This is also starting to connect, but it's all about timing. You get the rainfall before it all starts to slide southward into the northern parts of Oklahoma. In southwest Kansas, between Syracuse and also Ulysses, we have a couple of thunderstorms. These have started to pulse up a little bit more. We'll have to watch them to see if a brand new severe thunderstorm warning may be issued for those. It's getting a little bit close to that criteria. We have aerial flood warnings in effect for Butler, Sedgwick counties until 6:15. This means streams, creeks, and rivers will be running high. If you come across an area that typically floods, go the opposite direction because we want to make sure that you don't get caught in any floodwaters. They had some cars that were stalled on the east side of Wichita earlier this evening as the rains moved through. We also have a flood watch from Lyon County, Greenwood, Elk, and Chautauqua counties. Also, Kay County, Oklahoma has also been added to the mix here recently for a flood warning because of streams, creeks, and rivers, your typical low-lying spots. Severe thunderstorm watch still in effect. Earlier this evening, it was the hail, it was the high winds, some of the largest hailstones, Winfield and Albert, plus some of the strongest wind speeds has actually been pretty close to Viola. Viola reporting a 75-mile-per-hour wind gust earlier today. As the front moves on by, it's going to cleanse the atmosphere. Look at the difference to the northwest. The dew point in the 40s, that's refreshing air. When a dew point gets up to 70, it's still a steam bath, but the good news is that it's going to be pushing away from us. 11 o'clock, storms in southeastern Kansas. We'll have a mixture of sun and clouds for tomorrow. There may be a few showers at times. Most of us will stay dry for tomorrow and into Monday. Any waning showers should be gone. Then we'll clear things out. Another chance for some thunderstorms on Tuesday. It's going to be a quick movement from central into eastern Kansas. One or two of these thunderstorms could be stronger for Tuesday afternoon and also for Tuesday evening. As for what's going to be going on for our temperatures, that's going to be some pretty good news for us because tomorrow as the sun rises, we're looking at 61 degrees. Sun sets, it's 69 degrees. We're only going to make it into the 70s tomorrow. You look at our Hutchinson sky view this evening. It was definitely interesting. Once the storm moved on through and we got to be on the other side of it, it definitely gave for a beautiful sunset shot. Upper 70s on Monday. Storms return on Tuesday. 96 on Wednesday. That will be one of our warmest days. Next 7 days for north central Kansas. 73 for tomorrow with mostly cloudy skies. Can't rule out that shower. A better chance for a few thunderstorms with a high of 98 by Wednesday. Triple digits on Wednesday in southwest Kansas. Enjoy the next two. 72 on Sunday. 78 on Monday. More storms expected at the end of next week. Northwest Kansas. 70 degrees on Sunday. 89 on Tuesday. Revving the warmth. You could also have some triple digits here as well on Wednesday. More after the break. Keep it here.
I floated both of those games and put both of those full screens in. Great. Thank you.